Hello everyone. Um, Once again. So I'm restarting this live. I don't know what happened the last time. So because this is the new video, I'm gonna do welcome again. So hi and welcome. We're going to be studying in the next 5 minutes, and that's it, right? So I actually don't know what just happened, right? So the live video just ended for some reason. Actually, I don't even know what happened. So yeah, that happened, but it's fine. We move. So we're gonna be studying. Now I have to reintroduce and see what we're. So we're gonna be studying for the next 6 hours. That's from now until 4 a.m. Right. So the next 6 hours we will be here. I actually have no idea what just happened. I'm still shocked as to what exactly is going on. But yeah, thank you so much for joining. I know there's no one right now. But yeah, thank you for whoever's watching this after. And I hope you're studying. And yeah, man, all the best with your exams. So I I'm writing on Thursday. I'm writing on Thursday, which is the day after tomorrow. So theoretically, theoretically or realistically, I should be done with all of this content by end of the day tomorrow. And I don't know how it's looking at the moment. So by the end of the 6 hours, that's when I'm gonna show you guys. So what you see here, I'm not even gonna show you guys yet how many things I've done here. But what you're looking at here, this list here, is the topics that I have to cover. Each line here. I'm not gonna do this because now it's gonna make me feel bad even more. But this is a list of the things I have to do, and only 5 things on this list are checked out, which is an embarrassment, right? So for the next 6 hours, we will be studying, trying to cover these things. Oh, I have a reason. I have a reason. I was sick. I was sick, so I couldn't study. You see, so now I'm trying to study and be a good diligent student, right? But yeah, man, I just couldn't do that. But now I'm okay, and we're going to be doing this for the next 6 hours. And I hope by the end of the 6 hours we would have at least covered halfway. So this is the top here, and then it starts going. Let me do this. It's the other way around. This is the top here, here, this finger. This is the top, and then we're gonna be going down. So by the end of this session, we're aiming to have finished here, somewhere around these lines, and be left with like only a few things to study. So that's the goal. But yeah, man, let's do this. Is this actually live? Yeah, it is. Yeah, let's do this. I'll see you guys in 25 minutes. We're gonna be doing 25-minute blocks, right? So um what else did I want to say? Nothing actually. Thank you so much for joining. Let's get studying. As soon as you join this video, just get into your studying, and yeah, let's do this together, man. Bye, I guess, if that's what I should say. Thank you. Happy Hello. Um, why did I say hello? But yeah, hello. So we're down. We just completed the first session of this study session, and we're gonna still be here for very many hours, right? So we're still gonna be going in 25-minute blocks. So what I was doing right now, it's actually planning, right? I was doing a lot of planning and organizing the material that I'll be using. I'm gonna start studying now in this particular session, right? So I already showed you guys I actually have a lot to do, right? So yeah, we're gonna be here for a long time, and I hope there's someone who is going to be here with me until 4 or 5 a.m. If I had money, I was going to give you money for studying. But yeah, if you're not here, I just hope you're studying and ready for your upcoming exam. And yeah, man, everything in between. So yeah, it's very very important. And as I'm doing this thing, right, I'm slowly remembering a time whereby I met someone, right, and they said to me, it's actually something that not shocked me, but somehow motivated by shocked me at the same time. They were like, they've never went into an exam before, when whereby, okay, let me phrase it like this. In all of their exams that they've written, they were always ready 2 days before the exam. So that means they would have covered all the content. So that simply means if your exam is on Thursday, today is Tuesday. So by end of day today, they would have covered, they have had covered all the content. I don't know if that's the right English. But yeah, that person was basically saying that, and it's something that they try to stick to. And I'm like, that's hugely impressive, right? And it just made me think about circles, right? The people around you. Imagine if you were surrounded like by people like these. If I had that person in my life and they were my friend, yo, the distinctions I would be getting, I would have been in Harvard right now. Yeah, well, but it's like it's such a mindset shift type of thing, to meet these people once in a while and you're like, oh, me actually say studying the night before and actually trying to study the content, there's someone who finished the content yesterday, you see. And it's not a competition obviously, but it's just brings in that mindset of saying start early, man, work on your things, create that fate date, right? You say, okay, this is when my exam is going to be, so I need to work towards this date, right? And I need to be done by this date, and that date should be 2 days or a day before your exam, and you should be done with everything, preferably or recommendably or advisably 2 days before, right? And it's such a motivating thing. I'm going to try it next time. Right now it's too late. I'm writing on Thursday. In an hour it's Wednesday. Yeah, well. So I'm not the person right now, but next time and in the near future I'm gonna apply it. So I just wanted to share that with you guys. And that, why am I using my fingers a lot? Ish. But yeah, I wanted to share that mindset shift, and it's something just think about, and how we just have people around us, man. Like your circle is important, and asking yourself, how does your circle or the people around you contribute to the goals that you have, or how do they help you, or how do they push you towards the goals that you have? Because if you have certain goals, you say, I want to get a 90, and for example, and then you get a 60, your friend also gets a 60, and there's not that spark between you guys to say, yo Chomi, we need to work hard for this one. It's like, oh, I got a 60, me too. Same, yeah. Well, but then if you had someone like this person that I'm talking about, let's call them Richard. If you had a Richard in your life to say, for this next test, I'm going to identify all the mistakes that I got wrong here that made me get a 60, and I'm going to fix them in the next test. So I need to start working on them now. All these things. It's not you being hyper what about your work or being too focused on your schoolwork, but it's just having that companion, that person to actually push you to limits that you didn't know you even had, right? You didn't even know, right? So it's such a beautiful concept, man. And yeah, what else? That's all. Tired of talking. Goodbye. I'll see you guys in 25 minutes. Um, Hello there. So, oh, this looks nice. That the lighting thingy. But yeah, welcome back. So we're on our. Was this this was the second session? Yeah. So we just completed the second session of the 25-minute blocks that we'll be doing. We are left with approximately 5 hours. Yeah, so we'll be here for the next 5 hours. We are left with approximately 5 hours. What was I gonna say? Yeah, man. So we just completed 1 hour so far of studying. That was from 10:30 until 11:30, right? So right now we're gonna be going for our third session at what time is this again? 11:30, 23:30. At 23:30, we're gonna be going in for the third session, and then we're gonna keep it going in these 25-minute sessions. However, at 12:30, so that's at 12:25, we're gonna be taking a 15-minute break, right? Which will be longer than normal, right? So it's gonna be at 12:25. That's gonna be the fourth session. So we're gonna take a 15-minute break during that time. And then yeah, obviously our trajectory in terms of timing is gonna be a bit different, but same thing, right? It's just gonna be a longer break, and then after that break, we do the same thing 4 times, and then a break, 15-minute break, and then the last 4 times, if I'm not mistaken, because it's 2 hours, right? Yeah. Yeah, it should be enough. And then our goal is to get to 4:30. But if we get to 5 a.m., that would be lovely as well. So stick with me and let's do this together, man. Let's see how much we can accomplish. Zango. Okay, we still have 2 minutes. I've ran out of things to say. Happy birthday to whoever's birthday it is. Yeah. What else? Yeah, man. That's pretty much about it. I'm tired of talking, so we can use the next 2 minutes to just breathe and drink water. And then yeah, we'll be going in for the third session. Let's hope it makes sense. Let's hope it's productive. So I just completed the first session, which was quite interesting, but I still have a lot more. I'm learning a few things, right? I'm learning instead of revising. I'm learning a few things, which is totally fine and perfect. I actually enjoy learning when I'm preparing because it means there's something new that I'm discovering, and I have time, right? I have time to actually go deeper into it and find out what it is. So I'm gonna use the next 5 hours to do that for my other topics as well, consolidate with them, and essentially find out essentially the gaps that I have here and there, right? And how can I best fill those gaps, and which topics can I focus on, right? So I was also just looking at a past paper, right? Not doing the past paper, but just scrolling down, looking at the different types of questions that they usually ask, and see, or yo, this is usually more marks. This needs a lot more thinking. This needs more time, right? Okay, this was only asked once. Let me not focus too deeply on it, you see. So it's me just analyzing a past paper and seeing how to best plan this the next 5 hours of studying, right? And seeing how best we can overcome it. So yeah, man, that's pretty much about it. So yeah, our 5 minutes is up, and we're gonna go back for 25 more minutes, and I'll see you guys at 12. No, not at 12, at 23:55. Yeah, so I'll see you guys at 23:55, which is after 25 minutes. Cheers. Hello there. Welcome back. So we're on our third. We just completed our third session. Yes, we just completed the third session. Um, and now we're gonna be taking a 5 minute break from 23:55 until 12 a.m. And then 12 a.m. we're gonna do our last session. By our last session, I mean it's going to be that, and then a 15 to 20 minute break. But yeah, most likely 15. If I'm tired of talking, it's going to be 15. And then if I have to wrap up something, we're just gonna make it 20. But all I'm saying is that it's gonna be a longer session at 12:25, right? After the session that we're about to do. So that's what we're gonna be looking at. I just completed the first topic. So how my plan is going with this one is that I just want to cover as much of the content as I can, right? By as much as I mean, there are four. It's a lot of subtopics, right? So I've broken this down a lot, right? Hence is it's quite long. Let me turn this on. Hence it is this long, right? Hence it is this long. So I've broken it down. But if you can see here, it's basically four main topics, right? Four huge topics. So like four big topics, and then I basically have to go through each and of every one of these, right? So I want to complete these three topics, right? Three chapters by the end of the day. And then in fact all of them, man. Why am I being under ambitious? Yeah, I'm most likely going to complete all of this. And then after that, because I have seen an example of what a past paper looks like. So every now and then I keep visiting the past paper while I'm doing the questions to see, okay, what should I focus more on? So I have three past papers currently open, and I'm comparing these three past papers to see what exactly they focus more on asking, right? So if I'm doing this topic right that I was just doing right now, I saw that at some point they need me to prove, and they've asked this proof question in two out of three papers, right? So I spent more time on that, and then I saw that okay, there's a certain section they don't focus more a lot on it now, but in the next topic they do, so I'll cover it there. So that's the type of analysis that I do, and the working smart that I'm essentially doing. And then throughout the entire of tomorrow, I will be done with the content. So it will just be me practicing all of these different things. Well, on a typical day, how it would happen is that after each subtopic, I would do a lot of questions. After each subtopic, I spend like an hour doing questions to make sure it stays in the long term memory. But because with this one, there's not much time for that, and if I don't complete all of this by tonight, then tomorrow I'm gonna feel some form of pressure, even though I'm writing on Thursday. Actually, it's now 12 a.m, so I'm writing tomorrow, but it's fine. I'm gonna be feeling some form of pressure, and I don't want that. So we're gonna spend the next 5 hours trying to complete this. Not completing, maybe trying. We're gonna try to, right? And by the end of the session, I'm gonna tell you guys how much of this entire list I've completed, right? So yeah, man. It's currently 12 a.m. It's the 11th of June 2025, and I'm studying and I'm writing tomorrow at 12 p.m. I'm writing computer science, but that's fine. Um, what was I about to say? Yeah, man, let's go and study. I'll see you guys in 25 minutes. I forgot what I wanted to say. I actually forgot. Cheers. Hello there. So we just completed the fourth session, the fourth session of this thing. Yeah, we just completed the fourth session, and basically this is going to be the longer break, right? So how we're gonna do it is that this is going to be until 5 a.m. or 4 or 3 or 2. But yeah, it's going to be for the next 5 hours basically. And how it is that it's 4 blocks of 25 minutes of studying with 5-minute breaks in between. After that it's a 15-minute break like this one, right? So this break is currently going to end at, I don't know if that's the right English to use, but this break is going to end at 0040. What time is that? 20 minutes to 1. And yeah, so we're gonna be doing this as a cycle and cycle until we get to 5 a.m. or 6 or 7 or 2. Could be now, you never know. But yeah, the goal is to get to 5 a.m. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, that's pretty much about it. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you survive until 5 or 4, whichever one you get to, right? As long as you are studying and it's looking good and you are sure that your efforts are actually going into something. You're actually cooking something. So that's something very important. Basically what I wanted to talk about in this very very quick break, right, is essentially how you should understand, and very very much understand. It's very very much important for you to understand this, that the chances of you finding someone who has the same struggles as you are very low, right? In as much as the overall or the vague or the external way we portray our problems, right? Like I'm failing at maths, right? The external side of things, or I'm struggling with maths, or I take time to understand concepts. Those are things that are universal to most people. In your class, most of you are failing or are not performing quite well in the subject, but the underlying matters. It's me just trying to make you understand that your problems are not the same as his or hers or theirs or theirs. Your problems are unique, right? And it's me just saying avoid or limit. Don't avoid it, but limit taking taking people's how do I put this? What if I was to start switching up this channel and I gave you guys tips on how to study instead of making you realize your problems, right? This would be more of a subjective situations. English. It will be more of a subjective situation, right? Because now what worked for me might not work for you, right? So it's you actually trying your best, right? And it's me just trying to make you realize this side of yourself, and not motivating you, but making you realize that you are unique, right? Like I said, I'm not trying to motivate you, right? But there's a difference between being different and being unique, right? When we say you're different is when you're being compared to something else, or a particular group or a certain population, right? This thing is different from that, right? But when you're unique, our uniqueness means that I am not the same as him is not the same as him, I'm not the same as that person is not the same as that person. Everyone is unique, and we all share different traits, different struggles, different issues, different traits, different strengths, different weaknesses, right? And you will never get down to the bottom of this. As much as there are certain things I might say here that you might relate to, but our issues all stem from our different roots, and our roots are different, right? You are struggling with procrastination because you spend too much time on your phone. I am struggling with procrastination because I spend too much time sleeping, low battery. I spend too much time sleeping, right? Someone else struggles with procrastination because they spend too much time listening to music. I just need to charge this. They spend too much time listening to music, for example, right? Someone else, they spend too much time thinking, right? They are overpowered by their thoughts, right? But if we are, you see how I named the different internal struggles. But if we were to all come forward, we all struggle with procrastination. It's the main thing. But we all have different underlying issues. So I just want you to go and sit back and realize that whatever you struggle with, whether it's academically or it's your thoughts challenging you, right? Do this as something I call the recursive whys, right? So the recursive whys is when you keep asking each statement that you say a why until you get to the actual root, right? So if you say, Ofentse, I need study tips, why? Why do you need study tips? Because I'm struggling with maths, right? Why are you struggling with maths? The content is a lot, or I don't understand what the teacher is saying, or I'm slow at understanding these things, right? Why are you not understanding what they're saying, right? What method do you best understand in, right? What makes you think I have certain methods that might work for you, right? So this is you answering this question, because the moment you answer, it makes you unravel and go deeper into actually asking yourself, outside of the overall I am failing, why did I actually ask this person for study tips, right? What is it that they could provide so much that they can that it can boost my marks so much that I haven't had for the past 20 something years of my life, or 18, whatever old, however old you are. But to just close it off, but what I'm saying is that write down your thoughts, right? It still comes down to me journaling. It just still comes down to me talking about journaling, because it's the most important part in you discovering yourself, right? It's not just about you writing down your feelings or feeling better. You might start writing and not feel better after writing. It's fine. You will feel it eventually after a while. But the most important thing with you writing is you discovering your internal tone, right? How do you write? How do you express yourself? What do you avoid writing? What do you hide? How do you express certain feelings on paper, right? And that's the actual you. And when you write more, especially on certain struggles, right, you get to actually discover where that struggle actually stems from, right? So it still comes down to the main root, right? It's me telling you that if there are certain methods of studying that you haven't tried yet and you think they might not work for you, try them. You might be sitting on what might make you get a 90%. You can try that. You can go to your YouTube, scroll through YouTube, look for different methods and find maybe a gem that might help you, right? But in all of this, it's me coming forth to you and actually, oh, coming forth. Where did you get this English offense? But yeah, it's me. You guys are not ready. It's me coming to you, right, and saying it's important. It's still very, very important for you to know yourself beyond the mirror. Know how you articulate your thoughts, because the same way you articulate your thoughts, this is when it unravels the most in your exam, right? So let's say, for example, you're writing an exam. That's why for most people it's so different. The feeling of me sitting here on my desk, my bed is behind me, I have a bunch of notes, I have the internet, and me being in the exam room, my mindset shifts. Everything becomes silent. That's why I forget some of the things I studied. I don't understand how exactly this question looks. I've seen this thing before, but I don't understand it. I forgot to study this part, right? So you get certain things in your homeworks, your assignments, but when it comes to the test, you're like, yo, what is going on here? You see? So now it's that same internal voice that is speaking in the exam, compared to the one that I'm talking about right now here. When I'm studying, I can speak out loud, I can read out the sentences, right? But that's just me expressing it verbally. But does my long-term memory understand it, right? Do I understand what I just read? If I read a paragraph right now and then I close the book, or if I ask you to read a paragraph right now and then I close the book, I say, put what you just read in your own words. You'll see how quickly your mind goes blank, because you were reading, but you were not conscious of your guys. I'm speaking too much English. I'm proud of myself. I'm gonna stop there because this English is overwhelming me. But yeah, I think my main point with this, right, because I'm saying too much English now. My main point with this is just me saying, um, think deeper about yourself, man. And it's I'm not saying this from a surface level. I'm not saying this from a perspective of saying you don't know yourself, but I'm just saying this to say, yo, this guy once asked this question. What was his name? Vusi. He once asked the question, how did you, yo, I actually forgot, but the question was around who are you, right? Who you are, right? So you writing down your thoughts, whether it's in your own language, your own, in English, in Spanish, in French, in Afrikaans, in Zulu, you writing down those things on a daily basis and actually coming up with things to say on a daily basis. It requires a certain level of consciousness of your own self consciousness, right? It's you being able to actually think about how I actually feel. You definitely will not feel the impact of journaling on the first day, on the first week, in the first month. You won't feel it. You'll just feel like you're wasting your time. But the more you do this, and if you are to start writing from the 11th of June, and then the 11th of July, you come back and look at the some of the things that you were writing every single day, you will see how much of a different perspective you carry compared to when you started. You'll be like, why did I even write this in the first place? You see, so it involves a lot of growing and learning more about yourself, because unfortunately the sad truth is that most of us, we don't know ourselves, right? I know that I'm struggling with maths, but what is the main reason, right? Outside of the fact that I can't hear my teacher, outside of the fact that the content is a lot, outside of the fact that I've never liked maths ever since I was born, right? What is the main underlying issue? And this is just something for you to sit back and think around, right? Obviously, you won't just sit like this with your eyes closed and find the answer, but the more you start writing, you will discover some of these things, and that's essentially what I wanted to share in this very very short break, right? It's something very very important, and with this stems out a lot of different topics, right? All of these different topics around your self motivation. Where do you get your motivation as a person, right? If I'm in a state whereby I'm here on my desk, I'm ready to study, and then I start looking at the work, I just don't feel like doing it, right? So it's you understanding these small things, right? How do I get to motivate myself? How do I get to stop myself and be conscious of the fact that I'm procrastinating? I've been on TikTok for 4 hours. How do I change that to realize within the first 5 minutes that, oh, if I continue with this thing, I'm gonna be here for the next 3 hours, and I know it, right? So it takes a certain level of being conscious and aware of yourself, man. Please start writing down your thoughts and feelings. That's what I'm asking. It can be in this normal book. It can be in a normal book. If you have a journal, that's perfect, right? But whatever it is, if I can just give you a few pointers before this break ends in 5 minutes. Number one, you don't have to write about everything that happened throughout your day, right? But think about, so let's say, to take it easy, you're not gonna journal in the morning, at night, during the day. You only do it once at night, right before you sleep. So right before you sleep, first of all, the first thing your eyes are looking at shouldn't be your phone, right? Your eyes shouldn't be consuming blue light right before you sleep, right? I don't want to get too scientific about how it damages your sleep cycle, memory, and all those different things, but obviously through this one thing you're gonna drop, unfortunately, right? You're gonna stop scrolling until you fall asleep. That's one thing you're gonna drop. So start journaling right before you sleep. Ideally, write about how you're currently feeling about your day. In the first day, you might not know what to say. You can simply say, I'm feeling tired, right? And then you don't know what to say next. That's fine. That's day one. It's complete. The next day, something will happen, right? You won't, and you will feel it yourself that I can't keep saying, I'm feeling tired, I'm feeling tired, I'm feeling tired. You will want to express yourself more. And as the days go by, you start unraveling, you start revealing all of these feelings and thoughts and what you think about how you actually feel inside, right? And this can be related to, let's say maybe you're writing tomorrow. How am I feeling about tomorrow? I'm a bit nervous because I have 4 topics that I haven't covered. This is now you writing, because I have 4 topics that I haven't covered. I won't make it. I might get a 60 like the last time. So it's making me feel a bit weird, and I'm not improving even though I want to. I've been watching YouTube videos. I've been studying hard, but it's not working for me. So I don't know what to do from here. This is how I'm currently feeling. You close it there. You see how there's no one to tell you what to do, there's no solution behind that, there's no one to say, okay, this is how you can fix this. This is simply your own thoughts, right? And that's it for the day. And then tomorrow you do the same thing, you express your thoughts. You will notice that throughout you expressing yourself in these thoughts, no one is giving you any answers. No one is patting you on the back saying it's going to be okay, right? This is you expressing yourself on a daily basis. But you will get to a point in time whereby, just to make an example, it's currently day 10 of you writing every single night, writing how you're feeling. You will come across a situation in day 10 that you experienced in day 2. And you're like, man, I wrote about something similar, a similar feeling in day 2. And the next day, this is how I was feeling about that feeling. I don't know if I'm making sense, but the next day, I'm like, okay, this is how I handled it, or this is how I was feeling after writing about it. So how can I make that different? Or because I am feeling this at the moment, it's currently the afternoon, I'm going to journal about this at night. So how can I change the trajectory of my feelings such that, oh, guys, do you hear the English I'm speaking? Hey, yo, I'm gonna close it there, man. You will complete the sentences. I'm just fascinated. We're gonna go back to studying in a minute. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you're going to be here for the next 4 hours. Let's hope. So right now we're gonna be going in for the next 25 minutes, and how we're gonna do it. In fact, let's make it 50, right? So we're gonna start at 22:50 so that it can be. Yeah, I'm just procrastinating 5 minutes. I have no reason why I'm making it 22:50, but yeah, let's make it 22:50, and then from there we'll be doing 25-minute blocks, 4 25-minute blocks, which will end at approximately 30. That's 2 hours. 22:50, 2:50, right? So that's around 10 minutes to 3. It's very, very far at the moment, but as you do these small 25-minute blocks, remember, after each 25-minute block, your mind feels refreshed, your mind feels well, not new, but you get to reflect on the things that you did in the past 25 minutes compared to when you study for an hour straight. You study. You're gonna feel productive, you're gonna feel like you did something. But if I come to you after you have studied for 1 hour straight and I'm like, summarize everything that you were doing in the past hour, you won't even tell me 50% of what you did, right? So, but when you break it down as much as possible, you're able to better analyze how far, right? Better track your progress. You're able to track your progress, see how far you've come. Just to reveal it now, this is my thing. It's actually funny but not funny. This is the list of the things I have to do, right? I've broken it down as much as possible. Every single thing that you see on this list, I'm not gonna bring it close because it's too embarrassing. But every single thing that you see on this list, right? It takes me approximately 30 minutes to complete, right? So that's essentially what I have to do. Some of the things I might combine and finish them in one session or something like that, and all of those different things. But I want to show you how important it is to write a detailed to-do list, right? Because by the end of this session or this live video, I'm promising myself, or I'm putting hope in myself, that if not 75% of this list will be done, then all of it will be done. I hope. Right. And this is not long. It's not a lot of things. It's just that it's as detailed as possible, just so that I can see how far I go, right? So it's like, for example, if I'm to give an easy example, in grade 12 maths paper 1, question 1, 1.1.1, 1.1.2, 1.1.3. 1.1.1 is your quadratic equation, 2 marks, right? 1.1.2 is your inequality, 1.1.3 is your simultaneous equation or whatever, right? So this is essentially what I have here. I've broken down that entire question 1 into different types of questions that are going to come up in the exam. And this is what I always advocate for every single time we're in a study session. I tell you that please break it down as much as possible so that you can also feel the progress. Because if you have a to-do list that says, I'm going to be doing maths, or I'm going to be practicing maths, and then you do whatever topic you feel like doing, it's not going to be that easy, and you will never know when to stop. Sometimes you limit yourself, right, before you even get to the point whereby you have reached your limit, right? So but when you have something as detailed as this, you are able to even break your boundaries, man. Yo, that sounds wrong, but yeah, like reach beyond the limits. English, Shakespeare. I hope you see me. But yeah, we're gonna go back to studying now. We're gonna complete a 25-minute session, which is going to end at approximately quarter past, or 15 minutes past 1, right? And then we have 5-minute break, 25 minutes, and so on and so forth, right? So that's what we're gonna be doing for the next 2 hours. And I wish you the best, and I hope you don't get tired. And if you get tired, stand up, do jumping jacks, sing push-ups, you jump, do anything, right, to just keep yourself awake for as long as possible. Or if you're studying something and it feels too boring, or it feels like it's draining you, do something else for 5 minutes. And by something else, we're still on academics, so do a topic or a subject that you're confident in. Do a past paper for 5 minutes, something that will stimulate your mind, something that will not grow your mind, but something else. I think that's the best way to put it. Do something else for 5 minutes, right? If you feel like the reading that you're doing is too long, you're like, okay, let me do one maths question. You do that maths question. That maths question will stimulate you. It'll make you think, right? It's something that is intellectually stimulating. And after doing that question, you will feel different. You're like, okay, let me go back to this. And then you try a different method of approaching that thing that's been draining you. And then you keep going, right? That's how you essentially, that's a very, very simple. I actually just give you a way to stay motivated. But yeah, peace. We're gonna start going in now at 22:50, and then I'll see you guys in 25 minutes. Let's go. Okay, so we're back. Hi man. We're back and we just completed the first session of this of the second block of hey, you know what? We just completed the first session. I'm even lying. We just completed the first session for the past 25 minutes. And then now what's gonna happen is that we're gonna go back in 5 minutes for another 25 minutes, right? And we're gonna do this 4 times, right? This is something we're gonna repeat for the next 1 hour 30 minutes and then get a longer break, right? And yeah, we'll see how far it takes us. And yeah, that's pretty much about it. So my to-do list is still on the same position, but in this next session I'm going to complete one of the topics there. And I wanted to say something very important. What I just said right now, like me saying my to-do list is still at the same point, right? I only covered a certain section, right? It's very, and I think I've mentioned. Oh, what's going on? I've mentioned this before. It's also very important for you to to track your progress, right? Very plan your track and then track your plan. um there are so many things that this helps you with, and by tracking your progress I'm talking about you having your to-do list like this, and then having an active or a live to-do list that you update after each and every 25-minute session that you have. So after each 25-minute session you need to write down what were you doing since 12:50 to 1:15, right? Yeah, what have you been doing in the past 25 minutes? You write down, okay, this is what I was covering. I did 2 questions on this, I got them wrong, or I tried this, I didn't understand it. Now I'm gonna go back in the next session and continue with it. And this is the type of narrating that I'm talking about, right? You have some live feedback that you can see. And another thing that this helps you with is with your pace, right? You are able to better see how much time you need to spend on certain topics. If you have a to-do list as long as mine, and it's a list of things that you have to do when you're updating your life to-do list. I have it right here, right? When you're updating it, you will see that there are certain topics that you spend more time on, right? There are certain topics that need more of your attention, and they'll be very much evident in your live to-do list that you'll be updating constantly, right? And when you're updating it, you see that okay, I spent like the entire of the 1 hour 30 minutes trying focusing on the exact same thing here, which means that this needs more of my time. When you move on to the next topic, you literally complete it in like in less than 15 minutes or something like that, and you fully understand it, right? And it's just this exploration that essentially just goes into that aspect of talking I was talking about, of knowing more about yourself, knowing more about your study styles and study routines, and essentially how your optimal methods and strategies for studying, right? Because no one is going to tell you these things. You are unique. What works for me might not work for you, and you are supposed to find out what works best for you, right? I'm not gonna tell you. Whoever Savanvan is not gonna tell you. You see, so you have, it's something that you discover on your own, and it's these small acts that essentially contribute to you learning these small things about yourself. One side, yeah. So it's now 20 past. We're gonna go back for one more 25-minute session, right? So to just keep the faith going, we'll just keep saying one more, even though we know that we have 12 more sessions to complete. Just one more 25-minute session, right? And then yeah, we'll see how far that takes us. Yeah, we'll be back in 25 minutes, which will be at approximately Cora Cora to 0145 Cora to 2. Cheers, happy studying, and don't fall asleep, and keep going. Hello there. Welcome back. So we're gonna take a very quick 5 minute break and then we'll go back after 5 minutes. Um, so we're left with two more sessions until you take a longer break, until you actually stand up and go and touch some grass or something. I don't know what they say. But yeah, we're gonna go for two more sessions and then we're gonna have a longer break. So this one that we're about to go into is the third session, right? And it's gonna be from 0150 until 215, 0215, which is quarter past two. And yeah, so we're gonna be doing this. And yeah, man, the goal is still 5 a.m. So we'll see if we can actually get to the goal, because getting to 5 a.m., because I was noticing now we actually just covered, let me actually check again. I think we've already covered 3 hours, right? The goal was not the time, but how long. Like, it was, what is this thing? It was, hey, Warasa wena. The goal was four. Was it four? No, six. It was 6 hours of studying. So we've already covered 3 hours. Or if maybe you arrived late, you can start counting from there. You did that. If you arrived 1 hour late, you did that 1 hour. Don't worry. So yeah, we already just covered 3 hours of studying so far. And then now we're just left with, we just need to double what we have done so far. And then we're done, you see. So yeah, it's supposed to be approximately 6 hours of studying, which right now, if we're looking at the statistics, it's somewhere there around 4 or 5. I'm just lazy to think of the exact time, but yeah. So right now we're gonna go back at 150, and then we'll see how far it goes. And I hope you're still tracking your progress, right? Because, like I said, very important. Track your progress. See how far you are from your actual goal. How is it going? What do you need to spend more time on? um there's also this other thingy method that the geniuses in my class do, right? So, or it's not a genius people thing, but what they do is that they alternate their 25-minute session. So if right now I'm having a 25-minute session, I study for 25 minutes, I do my theory, or I practice my maths. No, I do my theory, I study, right? And then what they do that is that in the next 25 minutes, I basically try and recall everything, remember everything that I studied from the previous session, right? Obviously, you don't check, you just write down what do you remember doing, what do you remember doing, and then after doing that, I think it's called blurting, somewhere around those lines. Yeah, it's called that. Let me see. And then yeah, that's essentially the cycle that they use, and this is, yeah, blurting is the right way, or memory dump is what they call it, right? So it's you alternating these things and actually just training, not training, but testing yourself. How much do you remember from what you were doing in the past 25 minutes, right? So it's now you recycling all of this, doing it and on, and then. So it's alternating between you studying the theory and you testing the theory that you just studied. New theory, what did I learn? New theory, what did I learn? And then at the end of a 2 hour session, like what we're doing now, you start doing a question paper, now testing everything, right? This is now question based. So it's just a routine that people follow. You can come up with your own, but I was just giving you an example of how creative you can be with this. Some people start with past papers. They literally start by looking at a past paper and they know nothing from that paper. And what they do is that they look at question one. Oh, question one is talking about this. And then they go to the exact section where question one is talking about, or where the answer to question one is. And then they read that entire section, you see. And then once they're done, they try to answer it again. They can answer next question. You go to a textbook section, you read the entire section. You don't look for the answer, you read the entire section. And then you do on and so on and so forth, right? So that's also one of the other techniques that people use for studying, especially when it comes to theoretical subjects. But yeah, I've been talking. I'm tired of talking actually. In the next break, I'm not gonna be talking. It's now 150. We're gonna go back for 25 more minutes. I'll see you guys in 25 minutes at 0215. All the best and don't sleep and keep going. Happy studying. Okay, so welcome back. We just completed the third session, which felt very quickly for some reason. But yeah, we just completed the third session of this block, right? So that means that the next session that we're gonna be doing is gonna be the last one for this part, and then we're gonna take a longer break and enjoy life. I sure I know you're too loud. But yeah, we're done with that one. So we're gonna go back in for one more session after 25 minutes. Um, I'm well done for actually sticking through. The time is currently 2:15 and you're still around, yeah, bro. So you gotta give it to yourself for actually, well, not necessarily being here, but just staying in the studying and journalizing. Yeah, well, it's very important. So yeah, we're gonna go back for one more 25-minute session. It's the last one. It's the last one, and then we're gonna get a 20-minute break, which is going to be very long. 20 minutes is a lot. So yeah, and then enjoy life, and then we'll see what happens after that, right? So this next session that we're gonna be doing is gonna be from 2:20, from 2:20 up until 2:20 plus 25 45. So 2:25, I mean 2:45, which is quarter to three, and then we're gonna get our break at quarter to three until whenever. Wait, quarter to three. Oh, okay, yeah, makes sense. So yeah, I was right about the amount of time, because after quarter to three, we're gonna take a 15-minute break until 3 o'clock, and from 3 o'clock or 5 minutes past three, what we're gonna do is have one more 2 hour session, right? So that 2 hour session will basically end at 5 a.m., which is our goal. We're almost there, man. So yeah, that's essentially what we're gonna do. And that's the plan, or the trajectory for the rest of the night. And yeah, that's pretty much about it from my side. I wanted to say something during this break that came while I was studying, but I totally forgot what I wanted to say. So it's fine. We have 3 more minutes, so you can go and touch some grass, some sand, some stuff. I don't know, touch something and relax. But yeah, that's pretty much about it for now. Um, yeah, I actually forgot. I totally forgot. I was about to cook something and say something very deep, but I forgot what it was. So it's whatever. And then so tomorrow I'm gonna try and create a so tomorrow I'm gonna try and create a study vlog, right? So I'll be vlogging the entire of tomorrow. Not necessarily vlogging. Yeah, it's gonna be a study vlog. So nothing interesting. My life is boring at the moment. I'm writing. Yeah, but so I'm just gonna, how am I even gonna do it? I actually don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, something around those lines. I'm gonna try and cook up something and then post it. So it's gonna be like a 10 minute, or yeah, around 10 minutes study vlog where I'll just be showing you guys my entire day of studying the day before the test, because my test is on Thursday. Oh yeah, it could actually make a very nice vlog, because I could extend it and up to the time I start writing, and then I end it as soon as my exam ends at 3 p.m. on Thursday. So it could work. Yo, Thursday is tomorrow. I'm writing tomorrow. I just realized. Um, yeah, so we'll see how that goes. Hello, Becoming. It's nice to see that you are wide awake. Thank you so much for being here. And Zagisi, yes, we are going to start very, very early. In fact, tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow or today? Because today is Wednesday. Which tomorrow are you talking about? Are you talking about tomorrow, Thursday, or tomorrow, Wednesday? Because today is tomorrow. So I'm confused. But yeah, I think Thursday's one will be earlier, will be from around 7 p.m. That's Thursday. Today. So today, yes, today the session will be there. So it will be starting from, because yeah, I actually have a lot to do. So it's gonna start at approximately 7 p.m. or 6 to 7 p.m. That's when we're gonna start. And then It's not gonna go over like this one. You see, now we're gonna end this at 5 a.m. It's probably gonna end at around 1 or 2, somewhere around those lines, right? But it is gonna start very early, in fact. Because personally, me, I'm writing on Thursday. Yeah, well, so obviously I can't pull something like this, right? Even if I'm not ready, I have to get the sleep because I'm only writing at 12, so I can sleep and then wake up and then continue with the session or anything like that. So yeah, it will start early. Just come to YouTube at 7 p.m. You'll find me here. And yeah, that's pretty much about it. Let's go back and study for one more 25-minute session. And then I'll see you guys at 2:45, and then we'll take a longer break and actually have a conversation. Cheers. Okay, so that's pretty much about it. So we're done with that session, and um, yeah. So that was the last session for this block of studying that we're gonna do. So if you feel like this is your limit, it's okay. This is where you can take your rest and say, okay, maybe you have school tomorrow or anything like that. You can rest here. But then, so basically, after this 15 to 20-minute break, what we're gonna do is repeat what we just did one more time, right? Which is essentially going to land us there around 5 a.m., half past five, right? And yeah, that's pretty much about it. Go and get your break. Go and touch some grass because you're gonna need this next 15 minutes, right? 15 minutes. So this next 15 minutes is just for you to relax, do whatever, check your phone. I don't know. Yeah, do whatever you like, basically, right? But yeah, we're gonna continue after 15 minutes and or 20. Yeah, after 20 minutes essentially. So that's gonna be at approximately 3:05. So that's like, yeah, 5 past 3, 5 minutes past 3, and then that's when we're gonna be continuing. But yeah, that's pretty much about it for now. um so if we're to go back to my to-do list, I'm still very far, right? But I've essentially, like I said, I have four different parts. I have four different parts in my studying or in the topics that I have to cover, right? So I've broken them down as much as possible. So right now, what I've just done is completed this first one. Yeah, well, I'm still left with three that I have to complete. So in this next session, I'm gonna do this one. So this one, instead of this one is the one that is most recent, right? It's the most recent topic that we're doing right before we started exams. So I wanna start with this one. And the aim is to just complete it in the next 2 hours or something like that. Yeah, well. And then if there's still energy, you might even sleep at 7 or whatever, right? Well, but if you have something to do tomorrow, I don't recommend that. Yeah, well, but yeah, for the most part, that's pretty much about it. So in the next session, I'm going to be doing this, and then hopefully I will be, because if I do this one, then that would mean I'm 50% done. Rabo. The goal was to either be 75% or 100% done, or 100% if not 75. So we'll see how that goes. I was over ambitious, that's one thing I just realized. So yeah, but 50% is something that will be done with. So I would have covered 50% of the work. And then today, I think, yeah, we'll be coming back to just wrap up everything. I think also the Kisi said something about us coming back earlier than usual. So that will be at around 7 p.m. But by the time we come back at 7 p.m., I would be done with these things, right? Because yeah, I'm not gonna spend the entire day knowing I have unfinished business. I'm writing tomorrow. So yeah, I just need to make sure I cover everything before that 7 p.m. And then when that 7 p.m. comes and I go live, we'll just simply be doing a bunch of questions, right? Or I will be doing practice questions or past papers. Hopefully that I will be done by then, because I have nothing planned for the entire day, so I hope I'm gonna use my time wisely. But that's pretty much about it from my side. So same thing with you. Just look at the things you were doing. Just do the analysis that I just did, right? If you had a to-do list, look at that to-do list, right? If maybe you're planning on ending the session or stopping the studying at 5 a.m. with me, just look at it realistically. Am I gonna be done with this? If there are certain things that you won't be done with, draw a line there and say that at some point during the day today, during my 3 p.m., 4 p.m., or 12, whatever time you're the most energetic, then I'm gonna do the rest of these things, right? You should be realistic with myself. Right now, I'm being realistic. At the beginning, I was over ambitious, right? So I'm not sure if you can see it, but this entire first part is like red lines, which is not red lines. The red boxes are ticked, which just means I'm done with this. So now I'm going to be going to this block, and then just trying to complete that. So yeah, as I was saying, just do the exact same analysis with your work and see how far you're going. If your test is on Friday, then you just make a promise to yourself that you're done with covering everything by tomorrow. I mean, by end of the day today. Today is, what's the date today? Oh, today is still Wednesday. Oh, okay. I thought it was Thursday, cause I'm writing on Thursday. But yeah, yeah, just said I think at the beginning, either at the beginning or in the first live that was interrupted, I talked about how I met someone, right, and this guy was talking about how he, in every exam that he writes, he makes sure, in every test, exam, or anything, any assessment, he makes sure that 2 days before the actual day they are fully ready, which means that 2 days before they've covered all the content, they've done as much papers as possible, right? Actually, no, not practicing, but they've covered all the content 2 days before the exam, right? So if I was that person, for example, I'm writing tomorrow. So yesterday I should have been done. I shouldn't be having this, right? I was supposed to have been done. So that's what I was talking about, and I was saying that your circle plays a very big role in this, because imagine me, if I spent my time, or if I was friends with that person, or just if I spend most of my time with that person, right, I would be on a different level. I would be in Harvard right now, your Oxford, your MIT, right? Because they push you to a certain level to say, let's, my friend, let's make sure we're done with this thing 2 days before, right? It's a mindset that you've never ever carried your entire life. Now you meet someone who's saying you should be done with your content at least 2 days before the exam, right? It erases a lot of things from your mind, right? Things like studying the day before, automatically it's out, right? You don't think about that anymore, and you also get to manage your time better, right? So that pressure, if I think how they do it is that, I think I've talked about it before actually. How they do it is that they visualize, or they create a mock test. So if my test, for example, with me, it's tomorrow at 12 p.m., that person, what they do is that on Tuesday at 12 p.m. they sit down and they start writing an entire test and see how well they can perform. So when they're preparing, they're essentially just preparing for that thing, right? And it's something that also helps you with time management, to see how fast you can finish, right? To see to see how well you can go in terms of just completing your content, and all of those different things, right? So there's so many different factors that play a role in this thing. And yeah, man, I looked at that guy, I was like, I wish I grew up with you, because if you have such a person as a friend, and not your everyday friends who say, Chomi, are you done with your content? Hi, Chomi, did you cover chapter 3? I didn't. Me too, you see. And then we both laugh about it. It's fun, but we're still failing. And if you're meeting someone like this now, you're on a different level. But the truth is, we don't meet such people. It's quite unfortunate. So I can't say much about you controlling your circle, but you also have the opportunity to be the bigger person and actually control, not control is the wrong word, but adjusting your circle in such a way that the people around you have the same mindset as you. You are very positive right now. You have your goals, your ambitions, you have a vision board, and all those different things. Your friends don't have that, right? So it takes a few words to just spread that positivity, that positivity, that motivation, that inspiration to your friends, from one mind to another, and saying, show me, write down your goals, start doing this, start journaling every single night, and over time, even the conversations you have around your goals and stress in general, academic stress, become more fruitful, because you are able to discuss your problems with someone who can relate on a on a on a building type of level, right? So what I mean by this is that, for the most part, we meet a lot of people who we share our struggles with. But that's the problem. We share the struggles that we're still struggling with. So for example, procrastination. If I come here and I'm like, how many of you spent more than 3 hours on TikTok yesterday? You wanna see so many hands. You're gonna see so many hands, right? And it's a struggle, but it's not a. It's a struggle that can be easily, excuse my English, but it's a struggle that can be unstruggleable very quickly, right? And the problem with this is that we somehow tend to appreciate and not appreciate, but we acknowledge these struggles too much to a point whereby we even forget the fact that I man, this is not a normal thing. I know that I'm spending 3 hours on TikTok, but because I have someone who's spending 5 hours, someone who's spending 6 hours, I now feel better. I feel like I laugh about it, right? It's a funny thing. But now if you have someone, if you're in a situation whereby you have a friend who said, show me I study for 4 hours, and then that one says five, and then you say you studied for 3 hours, you still feel the pressure, but it's positive pressure because it's something that builds you to say, okay, I have someone who even spends more time studying, right? I have someone who spends more time on their books, right? So let me actually try and get to that level so that next time when we ask each other, I can say, show me, I'm on 5 too. Yeah, well, because now, yeah, I'm tired of talking. My English is running out. This is the point in time whereby my English bundles start to warn me. You have less than 10 TMB talking megabytes remaining, right? So I have to reduce my English. But yeah, that's essentially what I wanted to share. And then one last thing, I feel like I have to mention this in every single live video. I'm not sure, I don't remember if what I was saying there was in this video or the last one, because this is the second video. I was here at 8 p.m. What was it? 8 p.m., 9 p.m. I was here earlier, right? So my video cut off, so I had to like start again. But what I was talking about, I think it was in that first video, is how important it is to write down your feelings, right? I talk a lot about journaling on this thing, but it's something that gets thrown around a lot, right? And what I was basically saying is that don't ask me if journaling helps or if it's something that will benefit you. Well, because you definitely won't see anything helpful or benefiting you in one day, in 1 week, in 1 month. You won't notice it, right? Chances are very high of you not seeing a difference, right? But if I'm to take you through a day in the life of someone who sits down every single night right before they sleep, instead of scrolling until they sleep, right? What happens is that you get to a point in time whereby you start connecting your struggles and finding solutions for your own problems. And I'm not saying this from a broader perspective, right? It's just from a small scale level whereby I've been journaling for 10 days. Today I'm on day 10. I'm writing about my thoughts and feelings. I write, okay, today I'm feeling like this, I'm feeling like this, right? And then as I'm writing, I'm like, I man, today is day 10. During day 2, I remember writing something like this. Today I'm tired and I'm feeling lost. During day 2, I was feeling the exact same thing, if not something very similar, right? And what is the connection between these two? Now you start looking at how were you feeling before you started feeling like that? I don't know if I'm making sense. Right. During day 2, how were you feeling the next day after doing that journaling? Right. During day 2, how were you feeling throughout the day before it led to a point whereby you started saying, I'm tired? Right. So now this is now you connecting the dots and actually realizing some of the things that make you tired, some of the traits that you have that deter you and you think that it's you relieving boredom. I'm not gonna mention them, but there are so many things that you will discover yourself when it comes to you writing down your feelings. So all in all I'm saying is that it doesn't have to be something big. It can be a normal book like this, but have this book by your bedside, and every night before you sleep, now we're doing a replacement. What happens with most people, most of us, is that right before we sleep, we scroll ourselves to sleep, right? You scroll until you fall asleep, right? You just want to see what's happening right before you sleep, right? So now this is going to be a replacement. So the last thing that you look at before you sleep shouldn't be a phone, should be a book, it should be a pen, right? So this is you just simply summarizing your day. It doesn't have to be something hectic. If you feel like you don't know what to say and all you have is today was fine, I'm just tired, that's okay, right? The next day will come, you will realize that I can't keep writing today's was okay, I'm tired. Now this is you expressing yourself. Today was okay, I'm tired, I was writing. I was not ready. Every single time I start writing, I feel this certain pressure that is within me. I don't know why. I already know I'm gonna get less than 50. I don't know why I'm feeling like this. I don't know what's wrong. I'm hoping the next one will be better, but I'm gonna try and see what I can do. This is you writing. This is you expressing yourself. This is you becoming more comfortable with the writing, right? And you will notice that you doing this, no one is there to give you answers. No one is there to give you solutions. No one is there to pat you on the back saying it's gonna be okay, right? You're just expressing yourself. Now, where the solution or the benefiting comes in is when it starts becoming a cycle. It's a cycle, and in every cycle, if this is a cycle, it starts here, it goes. The time it comes back to the same point, that's when you will realize, or no man, I've had this feeling before. I've had this feeling before of feeling worthless. I've had this feeling before of feeling like no one is around me. But then 2 hours 2 hours later I fixed it. Now let me go back to my journal. How did I fix it? Right. So now you start building these small solutions or fixes to the things that you struggle with. And obviously this is not something I can say for you, right? That's why I always say that I don't like giving you blunt advices or just plain advice or tips on this channel. If you come to me and say, "Hi, Ofentse, give me tips on how to study," I don't answer that question. Yeah, well, because I also don't know, and it's a very subjective thing. What works for me might not work for you. So I say, what do you struggle with exactly? And what have you done so far? So when I come across such situations, I become the interrogator now. Instead of you asking me questions, I will ask you questions so that you can know more about yourself. And this is something that you can do yourself through writing, right? It can be in English, Spanish, Afrikaans, your home language, whatever language, but just make sure that it's a habit that you start building. A habit, okay, offense, but it's a habit that you start building, right? Every single day. It will be boring. Some nights you'll forget, but make sure that you quickly recover from it. It's gonna save you from so many things. It's gonna help you realize so many things about yourself. It's gonna help you so much throughout your life trajectory. I don't know what you call it. Oh, that's good English. But yeah, it's just gonna help you in general. And that break went by very, very quickly, actually. So we're gonna start in 5 minutes. We're gonna end this break at 10 past 3. We're supposed to end now. I'm just procrastinating it because I didn't get a chance to breathe. Yeah, well, I just wanted to cook this whole thing about journaling, and I hope that it's quite insightful because it's something very, very important, and I hope you take it as a note. And yeah, it's one thing that you take from this entire video outside of your academic studies. So yeah, that's pretty much about it. And yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for staying up. You are working hard for yourself, and yeah, that's pretty much about it. So right now you can just take a break and do whatever. Leave the live video for 5 minutes and then you can come back after. I'm pretty sure you're tired of hearing my voice, so you can do whatever, and then yeah, we will be starting in the next 5 minutes. So that is going to be at approximately three. Let me just take this charger out. That's going to be at approximately 10 past 3. So yeah. Um Okay, so the time is currently, currently. The time is currently, the time is currently 10 past 3, right? So we're gonna be going in for the next 2 hours one more time, right? So that's still the same 25-minute sessions, but obviously the goal is to still be alive at 5 a.m., right? So we're gonna be doing the exact same thing, doing the 5-minute breaks in between, and then that's gonna end at approximately 5 a.m. approximately, and then we end it there. But yeah, so that's what we're gonna be doing. So right now the first session is gonna start now at 10 past 3 and end at what's 10 plus 25? 35. 3:35. That's when we're gonna take our first break. So if you had started already, that's perfectly fine. But yeah, right now we're just gonna be going in for the first session, and then we're gonna do 4 of these. And yeah, all the best, and don't fall asleep. Cheers. Okay, so we just completed the first session. Um, yeah. So we just completed the first session of the 2 hours that we have left, right? So we're gonna be done in 1 hour 30 minutes. That's 5 a.m. So right now we're gonna be going back at approximately. I actually almost didn't notice that it's time up, but yeah, we're gonna be going back in 3 minutes at 3:40, and then what's 40 plus 25? 0405. Yeah, I'm simplifying it for whoever wants it simplified. So we're gonna be going back at coming back at 5 past 4. So now we've already jumped into 4 a.m. I've actually never studied until 4 a.m. Usually I ended at 3. Around this time, that's when I'm sleeping. So this one is going to end at approximately 5 a.m. Yeah, and that's pretty much about it. And yeah, I hope you're making progress, and you see the what of your efforts, the efforts of you, the labor, pardon, the fruits of your labor. I hope you're seeing where your studying is actually going, or when you're practicing, you see that okay, I've learned a few things tonight. Or this is also something you can include when you're journaling during that session when you were studying. What are some of the new things that you learned that you didn't know before? You see, it's these small things that just add on to the list of things that you can talk about, and it becomes a very extensive list. But I'm tired of talking about that thing. I'm not gonna say anything else. So yeah, we're gonna be going back in 2 minutes, and then we'll see how this upcoming session goes. We're almost there, very much almost there. So we're left with only 3 sessions. After this one is two. After that one is one, and then we're complete. We're basically done for the night. Or are we? It depends, but we'll see. I mean, if we are able to continue, there's a chance, but most likely not. Yeah, well, but yeah, we'll see how this one goes. So the break is over now. We're gonna go back for one more 25-minute session. Just prepare yourself, track your progress, plan your track your plan, and see how far you have come, how much you still have left, and then we'll see how much you have accomplished at 5 a.m. All the best. Okay, so we just completed the second session. We literally have two. Hey man, sorry. We have two more sessions to go. Almost. Very very close to the finish line. If you're feeling sleepy, like I said, do something. Stand up and jump 17 times, and then sit back down or whatever, right? But yeah, we literally just have an hour to go. So in the next hour, preferably just spend the next 5 minutes planning what you're going to be doing in this last hour, right? Unless if you want to continue, which would be amazing. But yeah, just plan what you want to wrap up because an hour is very very little, right? So yeah, just start planning now what you want to do in this hour and how you're going to accomplish it. If you want to do past papers, then focus on past papers and know what topics you're going to be focusing on. If you want to study something and try and learn it from scratch, then do that, right? Whatever you want to do it and do strictly that, right? And yeah, just having that plan towards the end is something that can help you to actually get to the end productively or in a good state, because for the most part, when the end is approaching and you know the sleep is coming and everything just starts piling up on top of that, you end up just scrolling or not scrolling, just flipping through the pages or doing whatever you want to do, right? But when you actually have a plan of what you want to do in the next 55 minutes approximately, right, it becomes something easier, it becomes something more interesting. So take that trajectory, write it down, write down all the things you want to do, and yeah man, we literally have two more sessions left. So this next one is gonna start now at 10 past 4, and then we're gonna wrap it up at approximately, what is it, 10 plus 25, 35. Hey guys, my basic maths is very slow. So don't judge me every time I have to like calculate what's 10 plus 25. It takes time. Yeah boy, it's not at the top of my head. Yeah boy. So but yeah, we're gonna go back in now at 10 past 4 and come back at 4:35. Right, so from 4:35, we take a quick break and then we close it up with the last session, which ends at approximately 5 minutes or 10 minutes past 5. And then you go to sleep and enjoy your sleep. Or if you have stuff to do tomorrow, then don't sleep and actually continue studying, of which we might. We'll see how it goes from here. And then yeah, we'll take it from here. I don't know. Let me hear from you guys. How are you feeling in Tsagisi? Are you feeling like continuing and then becoming? Are you feeling like you might want to finish at 6 or somewhere around those lines? How is the tiredness or the, I don't know, the sleepiness or everything in between? Do you feel like you're drained, or you have the potential to just wrap up the topic towards to the end? Yeah, so yeah, we literally just have an hour remaining, and then we'll just see how it happens after this hour. um I just want to check how long this video has been, because we've been cooking for the longest of times. Yeah, we can, so it can end at approximately 6 a.m., but it will depend. So yeah, we'll see how that goes, because right now, yeah, we've been here for the longest of times. Because if we take it to 6 a.m., yeah, then it's gonna be a drag. But we'll see. So let's just go back now. It's 10 past 4. Just go back for 25 more minutes of study. Like I said, plan it first. Plan what you want to do in the next 25 minutes, and also the last one as well. Because yeah, so just so that it can make more sense, look at the things that you had on your to-do list, look at your live to-do list also. How many more things do you still have to do? What you can touch on, maybe this is the point in time whereby you can start going to the first thing that you started with. Try doing a question on those things and see if you can still remember what you were studying, right? So it can be an alternating type of thing. But yeah, yeah, we're just gonna go back now and I'll see you guys in 25 minutes. Okay, so welcome back to. Hi man, hey, what's going on now? So yeah, we're almost done. So this is our. We just completed our third session of this particular blog. Um, yeah, and then now we're just gonna take a quick break and then go back for another 25 minutes, which is supposed to be the last one. So we'll see what happens after that. We might be here for an extra 20 minutes of me yapping, or we can continue and do whatever makes sense here. But yeah, essentially after this session, as soon as this session start, we would have reached our goal. Because remember at the beginning the goal was 5 a.m. And then now this session is going to start at 4:40, right, in 5 minutes, and then it's gonna end at 5:05. Oh, so we can choose to end it there, or if you guys have any questions or anything insightful that you want us to discuss or anything between those lines, and then we can talk about it after. Or we can, from my side, I think the thing that I'm left with, it's not things that, yeah, I'm not in a, my mind is not in a state to do these things. I need to sleep and wake up and actually do some of these things, right? So right now I'm just doing a bunch of questions and just basically reflecting on the things that I've been doing in the past 5 to 6 hours, and essentially just connecting them to what is currently what I currently know, right? And actually seeing if I was making any progress. And it's here and there you can see that here I was just writing a line. I was just copying notes. I didn't really understand it. So now I had to go back and reflect and do the same thing. So that's something I really recommend you do in this last, if this is your last session, it's something that I actually recommend you try and do. Like look back at when you started. I don't know what time you joined the video, but whatever time you started, right? Look back at that. It's literally 5 a.m. right now, almost 5 a.m. Okay, here the sun will rise at like 10 or somewhere there. It would have been nice to see the sunrise, but yeah, as I was saying, just reflect and see how far you have come, and if you remember the things that you started off with. Remember you had a to-do list, so now let's go back to that to-do list. What is something that you were learning in each and every one of those sessions? Remember you had that live to-do list to say, okay, in this first session this is what I covered. Now let's go back to that part. Do you remember any, is was there any highlight from each and every 25-minute session? Was there anything that you took away from it? Was there anything that you learned that you didn't know and you just discovered in this session that we were doing, right? So asking yourself such questions and then coming back with the answers, and it's something that essentially helps in taking all those things into your long-term memory, right, and storing them there so that you can remember them for your upcoming exam. So but yeah, that's pretty much about it. Once again, give yourself a pat in the back for staying up until this point, because yeah, no one is gonna give you the pat. You just have to give it to yourself. I'm also patting myself, because that's how life works. But yeah, we're done. We're gonna go back now. It's 4:40, so we're gonna go back for the last session, which is going to end at 5:05. And then if you have any questions, you can just type them now, Omolemo. And then as soon as the session ends at 5:05, we'll just start responding to the questions. If you have any deeper questions, well, deep I mean as in like a question that needs a lot of explaining or anything like that, or something that you've, usually how I ask this question, I don't usually say if you have any questions, but I ask, what do you think you struggle with when it comes to studying? And now when I ask this question, I see a bunch of responses. I see a bunch of responses because now you are thinking from a personal perspective. What do I struggle with? But the moment I say any questions, there are no questions, you see. But so I'm gonna phrase it in that way. What do you think you struggle with when it comes to studying? Or in other words, what is preventing you from getting that distinction? What is preventing you from getting that 90 that you've always wanted for your maths, your physics, chemistry, whatever you do, right? So, what are some of the things that you think are holding you back, or yeah, what are some of the things that you think are drawbacks in your particular situation? So, think about them really carefully and write them. And what was I about to say? Explain them, like describe them in detail, right? What exactly the problem is. I just see here Omulemo said focusing. Focusing is not a description. There's no such thing as focusing. What do you mean by focusing? Describe a situation when you feel like that and how does it affect you. So we'll attend to that after, but for now, let's go back for one more 25-minute session, and then I'll see you guys in 25 minutes at 5 minutes past 5. Cheers. So we just completed the last session of the 25-minute blocks. We actually just hit 400 minutes right now. We're on 399. How much is 400 minutes? It sounds like a lot. I don't know how much it is. 400 minutes in hours. That's 6.67, 6 hours of doing what we're doing here. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much about it from my side. So thank you so much for tuning in. I'm gonna take the rest of the time to be, answering those questions in the chat box. But for the most part, there isn't much left. We're done for the night, and if you've made it this far, congratulations once again. We'll be here on, I almost said same time. Definitely not same time. 7 p.m. today, right? So yeah, around 7 p.m. that's when the live stream will be starting. What else did I want to say before I go to these questions? Um, yeah, I will be uploading a video on Friday-ish. It will be not necessarily a study vlog, because I'll also be documenting the part where I'm writing my exam, like before and after, and all that, and everything in between. And then we'll see how that goes. But for the most part, yeah, it's just me trying one of those, right? Because someone told me about vlogging, but I was like, it's gonna take a lot of time, because now I have to edit and do all those things. So I just wanna see how this one works, because it's the simpler version of vlogging. I just speak and tell you guys what I'm focusing on. After 2 hours, I record for 10 seconds, and then I show you guys the exam venue. This is me before the exam, this is me after, and then I'm done. Yeah, well, so I will still have to like try that out and see how it goes. And then if it's something that is a warasa, if it's something that's making sense, then we might continue with it, right? We might just run with it. But yeah, other than that, let me just see how long it has been actually. 6 hours and 40 minutes. 6 hours and 40 minutes. So thank you so much for everyone who was able to join. And I'm just gonna check the chat box and try and answer some of the questions that are there. I see Omolimo is not here anymore. Omolimo is already sleeping, and Omolimo got here late. Omolimo arrived, Omolimo left, Omolimo slept, or they were probably waking up at the time. Um, because if they were here, they would have had the answer to this question. So almost first question is, do you have any tips for EGD grade 11? You see, these are the type of questions that I was talking about in the beginning. Ore, you can't have an answer for this. Look, man, everyone has tips. Anyone can have tips, right? But are they going to work for you, right? And it also brings in the question of saying, if 10 people stand in front of you and we all give you 10 different tips, which one are you going to try? You can't try all of them. Let's start there, right? So there is no such thing as tips. You're struggling with something, and say what it is. Don't ask for tips. If you ask me for tips and then I tell you do past papers, is that going to help you? It's not, because it's something that you're already aware of. It's something that you already know. So avoid going around, or just in general, even if it's not going around, in general, asking people for tips when it comes to certain things, right? Because it's a very it's highly subjective, and it differs. You are unique, you have your struggles, right? The reason you get to a point whereby you are asking for tips is because you're struggling with something. Yes, of course, you're struggling with the subject, but what is it that you're struggling with? Is the content too difficult? Are you too lazy to study? Do you procrastinate it a lot? You don't like it? You don't even like the teacher? The content is too heavy? You are a slow learner? All these different things, right? You don't have motivation to start studying. There are so many different reasons, right? Why you get to a point whereby you are asking for tips, right? So and And this is me just asking, what exactly do you struggle with? So I see on the next line, I remember this was when I was actually saying try and break it down, and then you said focusing is really bad. You see, this is to some extent the 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 breaking down that I'm talking about, but it's still not enough, right? Not for me, but for yourself. If you say I can't focus, you can't focus on what? And what do you mean by you can't focus? If I give you a book right now and I say read this first page, you're going to read the entire page with no interruptions, and you have focused, you have passed the focus test. You see? So now what exactly is it that you where you see your focus lacking? Is it in terms of you having long study sessions? Is it you spending 5 minutes reading, and then after that 5 minutes your mind is wandering, and then now you're tired of what you're studying? Is it that type of focus, or are you saying that you are easily distracted by everything around you? If I'm studying and then I see this white thing, or I see that thing you study with me, it's distracting me. That's also a form of lack of focus. If you're someone who doesn't hear a thing when you're listening to a YouTube video, or maybe you can't wait for it to finish, that's short attention span. That can also be classified as lack of focus on what you're doing. So there are so many things that are found inside of this small topic, right? So I'm gonna ask it again to everyone who is here, right? Because there is no answer, right? But you actually acknowledging it and actually typing it in full and saying, when it comes to studying, man, this is what I struggle with, right? So I'm just gonna give you guys an example. Something that me personally as a person, it's once and no, not once and again. What do we get? Time and again. It keeps coming back, right? So it's essentially the feeling of this is me answering the question, what do you struggle with when it comes to studying? So with me, there's always a feeling that comes now and then whereby I want to study, right? I want to study. I feel like studying. Goodbye, Nzakisi. So we're done. Right now, I'm just answering the questions that were asked. So, yeah, it is time to leave. In 10 to 15 minutes, we will be ending the live video. Right. So, thank you so much for joining and actually making it this far. Um, bye. To go back to the question, right? So I'm right now. I'm answering the question. What do you struggle with when it comes to studying? So most of the time I get moments whereby I want to study, I feel like studying, but then I sit down, right? I sit down to try and study. But literally within 5 minutes, I'm just drained, right? I not that I don't understand, not that the content is too difficult. I just read one sentence and my soul is down, my air is down. Moya waka. What's moya? My my spirit is the word. Yo, bro said air. My spirit is down. Right. So my spirit is down, or my hope, whatever it is, it's down, and I can't study anymore. Right. So it's a constant feeling, and it shouldn't be mistaken with lack of motivation. If I don't have motivation to study, that's when I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't like school. Why am I still even here? You see, I don't have a drive for doing this thing. It's different for me from when I am here and I actually want to do this thing, but the moment I sit down to study, I read one sentence and then my mind automatically goes blank. I don't like what I'm doing here, right? And it's a common thing, and this is the thing that I struggle with. This is me just giving you an example of how you should answer this question when I say what you struggle with. And when it comes to this particular question, one thing that I've tried, right? I've tried. Obviously, something like I said, it's something I've been struggling with. Number one, changing locations when I'm studying, right? So it's something that is more prominent was more prominent when I got to university. Changing locations, there's so many different places to study. In the library, there's like more than 10 places where you can sit. Change of scenery, it does something. It helps sometimes, sometimes it doesn't, right? So that was the first solution I tried. Second one, switch the subject, right? So the course or the module, whatever you're doing, if what you wanted to sit there to study, you read it once and then it doesn't work, change it for a bit. Not that the entire time you're gonna do something else instead of what you had planned initially, but just for a few minutes, do something else. Do something else that will pump your blood, something else that you know, if I'm to start practicing this particular thing, I am gonna have motivation for it. I'm gonna do it, right? um you start working on that particular thing, and then it's gonna give you some form of it, some sort of a drive, right? A drive to say, from here I have this energy that came, or that grew, that grew from me doing something else. So if I'm meant to do maths, I open a maths paper, it's too much, I don't understand the thing, I move maybe to my life sciences, right? I do one question in life sciences, for example. I know I'm gonna get them right. That does something inside, and it builds up my motivation. And then when I go back to that maths again, I have a bit of motivation. That's the second thing I've tried. Third one is definitely probably one of the biggest. I don't know why it's even in the middle finger, but it's me doing it with people, being the bigger person and actually calling people and saying, actually not even calling people, texting on the group, a group. I remember this. I did the same thing with maths last year with maths. A group of more than 700 students in that group. I was like, guys, if anyone is also struggling with this thing, please text me. Me personally, I need a study partner. I need someone to study with, right? And this was me being the bigger person in that entire situation, right? And then um highlight of this, more than 25 people texted me. I actually remember this very, very well. I needed one person that I can sit down and study with. More than 25 people texted me privately. They're like, hey man, hi guy, let's do this together. I'm like, that's actually crazy. People are suffering. There's so many people that are suffering in silence, and unfortunately no one is coming to save you. Oh, that's why it comes down to the thing of you being that bigger person and working on that. Um, if you can't focus, I say find a study partner. For example, today I couldn't focus, but when I saw how he was focused, it kind of motivated me. Yeah, that also works sometimes. It actually works best if you and that person are doing the same thing also, right? So it's also a good thing to actually agree with that person, or okay, from this moment we're just gonna start working on even if you're not doing the same thing and you're just sitting next to someone who's working, there's no way you're gonna take out your phone and start scrolling. It happens, but you are choosing that life, right? But if you have someone next to you who's doing the exact same thing, you set yourself focusing on. My alarm just went off, guys. It's time for me to wake up, literally 5:30. But yeah, having that one person, right, or even if it's a group of people that you know, or okay guys, we are here to talk about this, right? So there are two ways when it comes to working with people. You can either work with another person, and this is you either discussing the work or testing each other, or just studying your individual things, but you are together in a in a space where you're together. I failed to find a word for this. In a something space, in a togetherness type of space where you're together, right? And then there is the group sessions whereby you're with more than 3 or 4 people. When you're with more than 2 people, right? And more than one person, man, when you're with more than one person and it's a group, right? So now this one is a bit tricky, but it also works, right? Remember, you are still the bigger person here. So that means you have to lead that thing because you started it. So now this is you going to those people and actually saying, "Hi guys, this is what we're going to be doing." Even if it's not your friends, it's that one person in class that you know, right? Okay, this person does well. I'm not that close with them, but let me just ask. If they say no, it's fine. I'll ask someone else who's willing to, right? But anything is possible, right? I've seen it. I remember at the beginning of last year, I asked one of these, like in class you have those people, like those people, your 100%. I'm not that guy. There are those guys. So I asked that guy, I'm like, "Hey Mona, come, let's study together." And obviously he hesitated at first, but then how I led that session to say, "Okay, let's do it like this now," so that he also doesn't feel like he's being used and all that. I tried to make it accommodating in such a way that he gets to ask questions and all those different things. But that's a whole different chat, right? So point number 3, find someone or people and be the bigger person and initiate that conversation. No one is coming to save you. You are all alone, and you have to decide whether you want to, or not want to, but whether you're going to continue this journey alone and suffering and all that, or find people to suffer with, right? Not people to save you, but people to suffer with, right? So that's the thing. And then these are my top 3, right? So these are my top 3, and these are moments in time whereby I'm feeling like I want to study, but I'm just down, right? And I don't know what's wrong. So these are my top 3 options. And then I try each of these. Every single time I replace with another one, right? And surprisingly, it works here and there, right? So it's me just saying to you that avoid avoid looking for positive answers. Avoid looking for answers that feed your inner motivation to say, "Yeah, Ofentse said something interesting. You see, after what he said, I'm gonna start working very hard." Whatever I'm saying right now, tomorrow this time you would have forgotten every single thing out of your brain. You see, that's the thing. But now when you're focusing more on yourself and the things that you struggle with as a person, right? And it brings me to me asking the question, what do you struggle with? What do you think you struggle with? Don't come here and say, "How do I pass physics? How do I pass maths? Why are you not passing it in the first place?" That's what I'm asking. Why are you asking the question to say, "How do you pass it?" Because I passed it, but probably by chance, and how I did it might not work for you, right? The study methods I was using might not work for you, and then they don't work, and then you cry, and then I don't know, I almost said you die, but I'm not that dark. But yeah, it happens. I almost said, I didn't say it. And that's how it is, right? So this is what I always say, or it goes back to what I was saying at the beginning. Take your journaling, whatever you write in that journaling. I described it, I think halfway throughout this video I was describing the whole journaling process and what it does. There's no such thing as you asking if journaling will help you or if it will benefit you in any way. Do it and just don't stop doing it, right? The same way, if I ask you what do you benefit from scrolling outside of entertainment, you don't have an answer, right? So take that journaling as one of those boring things and continue with it every single night. Try and jot down how you are feeling, your thoughts, what do you think. And then 10 days later, I was making this example earlier, you'll find that you're caught in a situation whereby you had a similar feeling or a similar thought. Similar, is that how we say it? Similar. Yeah. You had a similar thought or feeling during day 2 or day 3. We're now on day 10 of you writing down and jotting your feelings, right? And now during day 10, you're like, "I man, I once wrote in my journal that I'm tired and confused and I don't know what to do because I always fail physics. What led to me feeling like this during day 2, right? And what did I do after I felt like that? Or what was going on during the day that led up to me feeling like this at the end, right?" So it's you asking all these questions to yourself, right? No one is giving you any solutions, but it's you asking these questions to yourself, and it's you knowing more about yourself, right? And acknowledging all of these different things. And if you're going to ask me about the benefit of journaling, it's exactly that. You get to know yourself. You think you know yourself. You knowing that you are failing your maths is not knowing yourself, but you knowing why and how and where to start or where it started is you getting to analyze yourself and actually understanding all the visual dynamics and getting where exactly this problem started and how can I work towards alleviating it, right? What are some of the steps that I can take towards fixing this problem? So please write as much as you can. It's not an essay. There's no pressure. It's not gonna hurt you or anything. You can write in Spanish, in English, in Khoisan, whatever language, right, you want to write in, but as long as you are writing down your thoughts and feelings every single night right before you sleep, instead of doom scrolling yourself to sleep, because it's a habit now. It's a habit that you have built, right? Every single night right before you sleep, you feel a need to have to scroll. You feel a need to be able to just check on TikTok what's going on right before I sleep, right? And sometimes we even fall asleep scrolling, right? So it's a habit that we built. I've had it for a very long time, right? And it's me saying it's a normal thing, but then at the same time there is something viable and better that you can try, right? So yeah, man, it's a very, very tricky situation. Anyways, I'm tired of talking. I'm ending this live video. Guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Not tomorrow, today. Today at 7 p.m. That's when this live video is going to start. I'm writing tomorrow at 12 p.m., which is very interesting that it's actually tomorrow. Never thought this day would come. Well, it's not here yet, but it's coming. And whenever your exam is, I hope it goes well as well, and I hope you capitalize on this upcoming 7 p.m. session that we're going to be having today at 7 p.m. And yeah, man, that's pretty much about it from my side. Do I even say good night? I started this video at 10 p.m. It's now 5:30 a.m. Good morning. Thank you for joining whatever time you joined, and to those who are going to watch this video after it gets uploaded, thank you for watching after. What else do YouTubers say? I don't know when was the last time I said please subscribe. Yo, guys, please subscribe. I know I don't subscribe. I know I don't say it, but just subscribe, because I just have a theory that if you feel like subscribing, you will, man. You won't subscribe, right, just because I said please subscribe. Or some do, but the majority, the 2.3, how much is it? 2,000, more than 2,000 people who are subscribed to this channel. I never say please subscribe. They subscribe because they felt like subscribing or that they'll gain something. Becoming is here because they felt like there's something interesting on this channel or whatever. I don't know, whatever reason you may have, but yeah, but please subscribe, comment, share, and like, and hit the notification bell so that you don't get Paring, what do they say? Yeah, subscribe, like, comment. And also, why are we saying comment? Why would I comment? Because you said I should comment. But it's okay. Please subscribe, like, comment, share with whoever. It's a live video. I don't know why you would be sharing it, but just share it with your dog, your friends, whoever in between. Share the video and say that Ofentse is doing this every day at 7 p.m. until very, very late. What else do they say? Hit the notification bell so that you get notified every single time I go live, which will be starting at 7 p.m. So in case at 7 p.m. Walebala and then it slips your mind, you will receive a notification at 7 p.m. and then it will tell you that we are live at 7 p.m. So hit the notification bell, hit the subscribe button. I feel like if I was to start doing this, I would be very annoying because I would say it. You see how I'm saying it? Imagine me saying this in every video. Well, one. So that's why I don't do it. So yeah, thank you so much for joining in. Good morning, good night, and I'll see you guys at 7 p.m.